Calling the Santa Clara City Council meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with the strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with this and put forward.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call. Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Shahal.
Present.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. May I read the AB 23 announcement? Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome, and thank you for your participation.
Thank you for that. We have 2 items on our closed session agenda. I'm going to ask if there's any public comment on the closed session agenda items. Do we have any online comment on closed session? Assistant City Clerk?
We do not.
Okay, do we have any public members here physically?
There are no public members either.
Thank you. So we will adjourn now to closed session. Thank you. Today's council meeting. We're back from closed session now, and I just wanted to read some comments before we start, and then we'll continue on with our meeting. The City of Santa Clara, we continue to take unprecedented steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara's Public Health Department's order and guidance to prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19. We are all practicing social distancing during this public health emergency. I'm the only elected official here and sitting in the council chambers in person, while my colleagues have all called in to this meeting, and you'll hear them very soon. You will also note there are very few of us here in the council chambers today, no more than 10 of us at a time in these large chambers, and we are all wearing face coverings, although I've put mine aside because I'm at least 15 to 20 feet away from the nearest person. Others are also wearing face coverings during this public meeting. For today's meeting, the city is implementing a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your own home. Members of the public can join us via the link and or a call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand in the Zoom meeting, in the Zoom application, or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number if you don't want your name displayed, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations. And public presentations are topics that are not on the agenda. So prior to each agenda item, the staff will lower each hand to ensure the members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via publiccomment@santaclaraca.gov. publiccomment@santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. Our city cafeteria is open for members of the public, so they have an opportunity to speak if they do come down here to City Hall. We have implemented strict social distancing measures in the cafeteria area as well. So thank you all for joining us, however you're joining us today. And so now we are back from closed session, so I'm going to ask our city attorney of reports of actions taken in closed session, and I think we have one.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In closed session, the Stadium Authority Board voted unanimously to authorize the filing of a validation action of the Stadium Authority's Board's approval of the Stadium Authority budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, we have continuances and exceptions. Do we have anyone that would like to continue an item or an exception to the agenda? Assistant City Clerk, anybody? No?
No request?
Okay, so we'll move on to our special order of business, which is a verbal report from our city manager regarding the COVID-19 pandemic and what's going on in Santa Clara. Manager Deanna Santana.
Good afternoon. I just want to confirm as item number 1, I'd like to provide a verbal update and then share a video with the public, as well as requested item number 5, the small business item, be brought forward so that the council can hear those items concurrently.
Okay, before you continue, council, we are going to move the item up as part of this action, item number 5, and that will be an action item as well. Okay, I'm sorry, City Manager.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. The County of Santa Clara's revised shelter-in-place order went into effect this past Friday on May 22nd and remains in effect until further notice. The order continues to direct all businesses to maximize the number of personnel who work from home and only assign those personnel who cannot perform their job duties from home to work outside the home. As I reported on May 12th, the City of Santa Clara Municipal Organization is very much working with almost 100% of its workforce working a hybrid approach either in the office or remotely. The revised public health order signifies the county's entrance into the early phase of Stage 2 for reopening. The significant changes as of May 22nd following the public health order include retail establishments can now offer storefront curbside pickup, manufacturing, warehousing, and logistical operations that support retail may start back up, and outdoor museums, historical sites, and publicly accessible gardens may reopen as long as visitors are restricted to outdoor areas. To remain in compliance with the county's orders, City Council meetings will continue to take place via the web conferencing tool Zoom through at least August, when the public health situation can be reevaluated or when we have new direction. In the meantime, the city continues to prepare for reopening our facilities when public health officials determine it is prudent to do so. These health and safety preparations involve adding plexiglass barriers for public-facing counters, contactless services, public signage regarding safety protocols, including spacing for social distancing when standing in line, potentially staggering work schedules to avoid close contact amongst staff, and developing the associated workplace policies to abide by the latest state, county, and OSHA rules. And when we have them finalized, we will be sure to communicate how providing public services will be changed under the post-COVID environment. All of these actions are part of the Bay Area's effort to slow the spread of COVID in our community. In terms of a snapshot of COVID-19 in the county and particularly Santa Clara, we do have some new confirmed cases. As of May 26th, the County Public Health Department reports 2,652 COVID cases with a total of 139 deaths. As last word, there are 127 COVID cases within the city of Santa Clara. Among the 5 key indicators for assessing progress on containing COVID-19 locally is testing and contact tracing, as I mentioned a couple of weeks ago during my COVID update. It is now easier to find test sites through the website sccfreetest.org, and I'll repeat that, sccfreetest.org. Residents can choose testing sites based on whether they have a primary care doctor or if they need to use one of the community testing sites. The testing is free, 100% covered through health insurance, and safe and confidential. County public health officials encourage all frontline workers who regularly interact with members of the public to get tested at least once a month, including grocery, restaurant, healthcare, construction, transit, public safety, and other employees. The county has also asked regional cities to assist with staffing contact tracing services, and we are currently assessing our workforce and evaluating what assistance we may be able to provide the county with this need. For the latest updates and resources, the public should continue to visit the city's coronavirus updates website, which is updated daily, and you can also subscribe to City News Online for COVID-19 updates. I want to also just speak briefly on an item that you will be hearing after the video, and that's our Small Business Assistance Grant Program, which is number 5 on the agenda. We have a total of 110 grants awarded to small businesses and nonprofits that have been financially impacted by the pandemic. Right now, we have about $5,000 remaining of the total $800,000 that was allotted for the grant program. During today's meeting, you'll hear more about our Small Business Assistance Grant Program from Assistant City Manager Ruth Shikata, including an opportunity for the Council to consider adding more funding to this highly sought-after program. Our Supplemental Food Distribution Program is doing great. The program continues to be high in demand. Thanks to our community partners, the Healthy Meal Santa Clara program is running strong, distributing close to 10,000 weekend meals to go for Youth Weekly, and our senior nutrition program is providing about 1,000 meals each week for ages 60 and up. The city's nonprofit partner, Mission City Community Fund, is accepting donations to help support both of these food-related programs. And we just learned today that we're anticipating receiving a $1,000 donation from Westfield, as well as Roche employees are putting together a fundraising opportunity to contribute to this program. In closing, we continue to make adjustments in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. Yesterday, for Memorial Day, we provided special visitation hours at Mission City Memorial Park with health and safety protocols in place, including the wearing of face coverings and enforcing social distancing. Within the 3 hours that we were open, we welcomed over 230 guests who visited the Memorial Park. We are going to put in process going forward continued and limited weekly hours so that people can continue to enjoy the Mission City Memorial Park. The mayor and council also held a brief virtual ceremony via video, which we will be able to watch shortly after my comments. Each day brings a new challenge, and we continue to learn more about the virus and its impacts. I am especially grateful to our employees who are committed to serving our community, even more so during this public health emergency. That concludes my update, and I'm open to answering any questions, and I believe our Emergency Services Manager, Lisa Schoenthal, is also available to answer questions.
Thank you, City Manager. I didn't know if Lisa wanted to make any statements now or just respond to questions. Lisa? Okay, maybe she's not dialed in yet. Let's go to questions or comments from the City Council. Assistant City Clerk Nora, is there anybody?
I don't show any hands up right now.
We have Kathy Wanabe.
Oh, Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager, for the excellent report. Through these trying times, I'm just constantly just so proud of our city and the actions that have been taken, and just that we're, just working hard to take care of our vulnerable populations. And it's so wonderful to hear that Westfield is joining in and donating, and also the Roche employees are putting some fundraising together as well, because it has definitely been a very successful program. It's also good to know that the county has we are easing into phase 2 of the plan to reopen, and I've had some reach out from some businesses, like the small businesses, particularly restaurants, and to see if the city will be putting any kind of a plan in place. There's been talk about restaurants being able to expand outside their boundaries so that they can utilize sidewalks or parking lots. Are we looking at anything like that to plan for as the county continues to open up?
Hi, this is Deanna. We are indeed looking at options for us to facilitate the process. Internally, we've begun the discussion, and we're planning to bring something forward to the City Council on June 23rd so that the council can deliberate and possibly take action.
Great, that's really good news, because we know that our small businesses have been definitely impacted so much. So that's really good news. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. I am told that Lisa is on the line. She just was not unmuted.
Okay. Too many Zoom meetings, probably.
Yeah.
I
don't know if there's a protocol for unmuting her.
I wanted to comment on what Councilmember Watanabe said, because I've also been approached by restaurants who would like us to look at potentially expediting permitting, subject to whether they're in a strip mall parking lot or whether their restaurants flow out into a city sidewalk. But if there are ways, especially during these summer hours, that we can help some of these restaurants by allowing them to have their outdoor dining, but through an expedited process through the city, because most of them have suffered so much already that this is a time where we need to do as a city what we can to help them stay on their feet during this time period, whatever we can do. So I'm pleased to hear, City Manager, that you're looking into it, and if we could do it even sooner than June 23rd, that would be great. Just to, I know other cities are doing it, maybe we don't have to reinvent the wheel as to what, maybe we can look at what they're doing too, to, get some of these things up a little bit sooner. So thank you, Councilmember Watanabe, for bringing that up, and City Manager for following up on that. Lisa Schoenthal, thank you for joining us today. I didn't know if there was something you would like to add. We're always happy to hear from you, and it may spur some questions on from other council members as well. Lisa?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor Gilmore. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Now I felt compelled to test that without assuming. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you very much, City Manager Santana. Greetings from the city's Emergency Operations Center. This is the 13th week that we have gathered, and we remain committed to serving our community. We have great teamwork here. I will add that just within the last 45 minutes, Dr. Sarah Cody, the County Health Officer, made remarks to the County Board of Supervisors, and she shared a few things that would give us a glimpse into what the future may look like. She shared that in reality, we are in the second worst crisis since World War II and need to reopen safely. She shared that she believes the pace that the state is making with modifications is concerning, since we need 14 to 21 days to assess the previous modifications that have been made in order to know what the outcomes would be before we would lessen future restrictions. And it appears that we are going to be, as a city and as a community, active for a very long time in responding to this pandemic. So that is, I think, a good indication that we will continue to move slowly with lessening the current restrictions that are in place, as City Manager Santana described, that became effective just this past Friday.
Thank you for that. And thank you for the up-to-the-minute report on what Dr. Cody is telling us. And, looking at some of the most recent numbers too is probably a result of some people, loosening their efforts out there to shelter in place and for social distancing and other things. So I think we're in this for the long haul, and therefore whatever we can do, to help our residents, our businesses, to try to get some people back to work safely, slowly and cautiously, but safely, is what we really need to concentrate on. And of course, following Dr. Cody's orders and the county. I see I have Councilmember Chahal that would like to make a comment or question. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to follow up what you and Councilmember Watanabe mentioned about restaurants. I think the June 23rd date is a bit late because I have also been approached by a couple of restaurant owners to expedite if they can use the sidewalk or their own parking lots for outdoor sitting. So I would request that if we can work out some program at city manager's office and city and permit special permits for these things as soon as possible, so that we can expedite and these restaurants can get some help. That would be great, instead of waiting till 23rd. And we can decide this thing by case basis as per the request from the restaurants, and not as a standard policy. till 23rd. That's my only request. And are we taking the agenda item 5 right now, or we'll be taking that later on, Mayor?
We were
Council,
going to show a video and then ask that item 5 be moved up to after the video.
Oh, okay. Let me know when that's there. I would like to make a motion to approve that. Thank you.
okay, thank you. And I have Councilmember Davis, questions, comments?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. You can hear me?
Yes.
I had a suggestion. Lisa, for you and these updates that you keep getting from Dr. Cody, and we do get updates through our account. You know, I know Deanna takes care of us very well there. The issue I think I'm finding is our residents are confused by what's open, what's not open, and what can they do, what can they not do. There's a lot of conflicting information coming out. So my suggestion is that we are so good at making videos lately, and people are paying attention to the videos. So I think that maybe we can figure something, not that we want to overexert poor Lenka, but at the same time, I think that right now with that much craziness going on, and it's still the moving target, and, Dr. Cody talking to the Board of Supervisors, and then, we get the information because we have a council meeting at a particular moment. Is some way that we get either Lisa or Schoenfeld or the city manager to do some kind of posting on our Facebook pages and say, these are the hard and fast rules right now. And I just kind of see it as helpful for our city. We've been kind of leading the way and other cities are standing up and taking notice from what I hear. So I think if we can get more information out, if it's going to continue to be like this, so it helps. I mean, we do get inundated with a lot of calls. I know about, actually Frank Chang at 26 was concerned, could he move outside? They're all looking for help, but they don't know how to get you. So I'm just wondering if, could we do that? I mean, I don't want to, I know the staff is inundated right now, but I think it might help us and help the residents to kind of understand that we are under the direction of Dr. Cody.
Thank you.
Just a statement, comment. I don't know if you all want to answer that or think about it and maybe get back to us, but that's just something that I'm noticing now.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. I think you made a really good point that there's so many directions coming from the state, and there's other counties and Santa Clara County, and I know a lot of our residents or businesses are having a difficult time when you watch on the news that, these particular restaurants are opening, but in Santa Clara County, we have a much stricter rules that we're following compared to the rest of the state. And, what's important, because just the rules last week came out about, restaurants and things like that. So where do we stand in the city of Santa Clara following the county of Santa Clara? What does that mean for our businesses? And all these things are so new that in terms of like even having tables outside and all those types of things, everything's so new that we have to evaluate it ourselves to be able to get the information out. So I like your ideas of, doing videos and other things to make it simple before things change again. So city manager or Lisa, city manager?
Sure. I'd like to just address a couple points. We certainly can look at our daily COVID updates that we post on the website and look at opportunities to make videos to periodically just relate to them by communicating in person instead of solely on social media. I'll talk internally with staff about that opportunity. I also just want to mention, and I know there's a lot of eagerness, but the May 22nd county order only allows for establishments to provide curbside pickup. Right now, there is not the opportunity to dine in. I understand the point of let's see if there's anything sooner to bring it back before June 23rd, and we'll look at all options, including I'll even work with the mayor if we need a special council meeting. But I just want to be mindful that right now the authority of having dine-in and things of that sort, we're not there yet in the county, but that we will prepare for the opening and make sure that the sidewalk dining opportunity is possible.
Thank you. I think that when it does happen, that the restaurants will be able to do that, it's just so we're prepared. We're ready when it does happen, when the order does come down and they're allowed, that we have everything in place and we don't have to wait another 30 or 60 days to get it done. And I'm not adverse to any special meetings if it helps our businesses. It doesn't have to be at a regularly scheduled meeting. We can call a special meeting, at any time. Since we're all sheltering in place, we're all available pretty much. So we can do that, but we just want to be prepared. And again, in my calls with various mayors of other cities as well, lots of them are getting prepared as well. So if we collaborate together, we can come up with, something that's going to work for all of us, and we help each other. So that's, I think, what we need to do, and just be ready. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Absolutely. And we can even bring, whether it's a delegated authority for the June 9th agenda, but we'll certainly put that in planning. I did forget 2 good news updates as part of my report out, if I can. If you'll just
Sure.
allow me
Go
an
ahead.
extra minute. I do want to acknowledge the partnership on Friday with the Salvation Army, and they're reaching out to the city of Santa Clara because of their awareness of our robust food distribution programs. They approached our food distribution program partners and staff, and city in partnership with the Firefighters Foundation, as well as I understand a couple council members were there, as well as the mayor, were able to distribute 40 large boxes of groceries to our seniors. As well as I overlooked announcing that the Mission City Community Fund has also collected $7,500 in donations for the food distribution program. So we are doing great with the fundraising and as well as receiving food to distribute and push out in the community.
Thank you. Yeah, I was at the Salvation Army food distribution on Friday with Councilmember O'Neill and Councilmember Watanabe. And when you talk about 40 boxes of food, they were heavy boxes of food, like a lot of food. And so we went to the John Burns Center for low-income seniors. And let me tell you how grateful they were to get these. And each of them got two giant boxes of food, fresh food and fresh fruits and vegetables and just eggs and dairy products, things like that. It was just amazing. But what was more amazing, because the Salvation Army, they're right, they have their building on Homestead in Santa Clara. So they're Santa Clara based, this group. And they were so excited to help our Santa Clarans that need food that they want to keep doing it here in Santa Clara. And I know they provide food for, I think, the Second Harvest Food Bank and other food distribution areas, but they loved providing it here in Santa Clara, and they want to continue doing it. So it's a great group of people. They're wonderful volunteers. I want to give them a big shout out because they did it, and they were happy to do it, and they want to keep doing it to provide food for people that need it. So thank you for pointing that out, City Manager. We're doing so many things, I actually forget about them because we just keep moving on. But they're great community partners, the Salvation Army. Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager, for bringing that up. It was a wonderful opportunity because we were at John Burns. We met up with the Salvation Army and the fire department and Second Harvest at John Burns, which is right in my district. And I can tell you, I know that many of those residents are on budgets. And so that food distribution meant a lot to them because a lot of them aren't able to leave the facility. I've given them, I don't know how many masks over the last several weeks because they're just basically under quarantine in John Burns. They don't want them leaving because they are of a vulnerable population. So this really was a godsend in many ways to these folks. And so it was, even though I wasn't able to help out very much, just being able to see the smiles on their faces and the appreciation was, it meant a lot. And so really a big shout out to the Salvation Army and our fire department. Jen and Kerry were out there, and and Councilmember O'Neill was there, and the mayor just bringing boxes up to helping the residents out. So it was a really wonderful effort on everybody's part. And so I'm glad to hear that they want to continue working with our seniors. So thank you again for the report.
All right, City Manager, before we go vote on the small business funds.
Let's have our staff bring up the video for the Memorial Day holiday.
I'm Santa Clara Mayor Lisa Gilmore. Welcome to the Santa Clara Memorial Day ceremony. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic and Santa Clara County's shelter-in-place orders, we were unable to have our annual public ceremony. So we are doing a virtual Memorial Day while adhering to social distancing protocols. Joining me today are my colleagues on the City Council, Vice Mayor Karen Hardy, Council Members Debbie Davis, Council Member Teresa O'Neill, and Council Member Kathy Watanabe. Also joining us are Fire Chief Ruben Torres and Police Chief Pat Nicolai. We are at the Santa Clara Veterans Memorial in beautiful Central Park. The memorial is a lasting tribute to those who have served our country in all U.S. military branches. Memorial Day is a day of reflection. We remember those who have served and sacrificed. We are grateful for those who were willing to put their lives on the line and die to protect our freedom. Our freedom is not free. It was paid for by selfless sacrifice and service of the thousands and thousands of American men and women who lost their lives, our heroes. On behalf of the Santa Clara City Council, I want to thank those who have served in our U.S. military and those who continue to serve today for their sacrifice and service to our nation, state, county, and to the city of Santa Clara. We also reaffirm our commitment to a safe, peaceful community that values diversity and cherishes the principles that Americans hold dear, including the value of our lives and our liberties. With that, I've asked our Fire Chief Ruben Torres and Police Chief Pat Nicolai to take part in our Memorial Day virtual ceremony and lead us in raising the American flag. I'd like to invite Councilmember Debbie Davis to lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I would like to take this moment to dedicate this year's Memorial Day observance to Gunnery Sergeant William Denny Weisgerber. Denny was a war hero, dedicated public servant, and a big part of our Santa Clara community. For years, Denny was the keynote speaker at Santa Clara's Veterans Day and Memorial Day ceremonies. He captured the hearts of everyone who attended with his commanding presence, his words of wisdom, and his inspirational stories. He always reminded us to never forget the men and women who sacrificed their lives for our country. This is our first Memorial Day without him. We must remember all of those who served to defend our liberty and freedom. As we end our ceremony, I encourage you to join me in a moment of silence to honor those who served and sacrificed their lives. thank you for joining us, and God bless America. Thank you, City Manager, for running that, and thank you, staff and our communications staff, everyone for working with us to film that. It's, of course, a difficult time when we're not able to honor and properly honor those that we want to honor without our community. This is the first time we wanted to do something, but we always enjoy, seeing all of our veterans and those families who have lost loved ones in the wars as a time to honor and celebrate all the loved ones and the people that sacrifice themselves for our country. So this is the first time we weren't able to do that, so we did our own version of it. Hoping that things are a little more back to normal by Veterans Day so that we'll be able to honor our veterans with our community. But the loss of Gunnery Sergeant Denny Wise-Gerber hit all of us very, very hard because he has been at all of our events in Santa Clara for so many years. He's such a big part of it, and he's such an inspiration to so many people, young and old. That it was hard to not have him there with us this time. We know he's there with us in spirit, but we wanted to remember him and honor him as well. So thank you, council members that attended. We appreciate it. So City Manager, did you want to go on to the next item? Item number 5.
The next item is consideration of the Small Business Grant Assistance Program. And I'm going to ask Assistant City Manager Ruth Shikata to make a brief presentation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council.
Good afternoon.
I do have a brief presentation about the Small Business Assistance Grant Program. And so if the presentation can come up. And the council took its first action on the program on April 8th of this year. And at that time, the council approved the program parameters and $500,000 in funding. And then within 10 days, the application period opened. So the applications for the program opened on April 17th at 10 a.m. And then I think we can go to slide 2. I'm almost ready to go to slide 3. On the 28th of April, given the popularity of the program, the council authorized an additional $300,000 for a total of $800,000 in funding. And so just to give you some brief statistics, the city manager has been providing you with an update on the program, but we've received about 700 grant applications, and to date, the staff has reviewed about 150 of those. A total of 109 grants have been awarded for about $785,000. And just to give you some context of how much interest that there has been in the program, these first 150 applications were all time-stamped between 10 a.m. when the program opened and 10:05. So you can see that there was a big surge of applications at the time that the program opened. The city has been meeting on the staff side, and the mayor has met with the Chamber of Commerce to try and seek additional funds from our corporate partners because the need is so significant. At the last council meeting on April 28th, there was some questions of staff of whether or not that we could do more in order to augment the funds. And at that time, we didn't have a funding source identified, and we talked a little bit about the budget stabilization reserve. But later on in the meeting, the council had heard our current fiscal outlook, and so we, on the staff side, tried to take a look at how do we be more creative to try and squeeze out some more money in order to help this program out while yet not further pinching in on the budget stabilization reserve. So thanks to our many, many partnerships within the city of Santa Clara, we've gotten a significant amount of donations to our Healthy Meals Santa Clara program. And the Healthy Meals have received donations from our corporate partners for our school age meal program. And as the manager said, has served more than 100,000 meals. And then our partnerships with SVP has funded our senior meal program. In addition, on a going forward basis, the Santa Clara Unified School District is coming forward, and they will soon be able to fund the Healthy Meals program for school-age kids on 7 days a week. So looking at all of the funding sources that we had and that we had cobbled together, we were able to identify an additional $300,000 of funds from the food distribution budget line that we can now reallocate to the Small Business Assistance Grant Program, which would allow us to fund an additional 30 to 60 businesses. So with that, that's just my short report. The next slide is just a recommendation is to note and file the update on the Small Business Assistance Grant Program and to seek council's approval for the for a budget amendment for the fiscal 1920 that would decrease the food distribution program by $300,000 and then add that to the Small Business Assistance Grant Program. And then that would bring the total funding to $1.1 million. And that's the end of my report.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from council? Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, City Manager, and everybody who worked on this thing in the office. And I would like to make a motion when ready, basically, to note and file and approve the related financial year 2019-2020 budget amendments to add additional $300K to our Small Business Assistance Grant Program to raise it to $1.1 million. Thank you.
I would
Okay,
like to second that.
Thank you, and seconded by Vice Mayor Hardy. Councilmember Davis, and then Councilmember Watanabe.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Bruce, good job on finding another $300,000. And I just had one question. What is the food program? Where did you get this money from?
The council had, I believe the council had pre-allocated funds for the food distribution program. I don't know if the city manager wants to.
We had internally, as we were looking at the expenditure pace for year end with the food distribution program, we had been absorbing it out of the city manager's office. And when we were successful in working with the school district on getting their commitment to pay for the food distribution program for youth, those funds that we had already anticipated spending were then suggested that we put them for the small business program. So internally, we were looking at unspent funds in the city manager's budget, the office budget, to plan out for the food distribution program through the end of July. And since those funds will no longer need to be spent on the food, we're offering them up, of course, for the small business grants program.
Okay, thank you, because I was wondering, when I read the report, I was like, where did they find this money? So basically, you repurposed the money because we were in better shape than we thought we were. So, and it also is helping our mom and pops out there. So I'm really happy about that. And just the amount when Ruth was talking about the postal time stamps on these applications pretty much tells you that, you know, we are we are taking care of that need that's out there, but at the same time, there are other people, like I said, we are the envy of some cities out there for what we are doing and how we're getting it done. So I wanted to thank you guys. You're thinking outside the box and you're looking, and I think it's an awesome thing. And I'm so glad that a long time ago they gave the city manager a discretionary fund. Thank you. That was a good move on somebody's point somewhere along the line. But I think you guys are doing an excellent job again, so I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councilmember.
I want to share how much we're squeezing. The detail is not in the report, but dollars that have been freed up from the cancellation of the 4th of July event are, it does say this on page 2 of the report, are being identified as funding sources for the senior meals. And so what we're doing is we're looking at events that would have happened that we no longer have to fund and cobbling them together so that we can put the funds for the senior and the youth supplemental food distribution programs. So we're looking at all areas within the city organization besides the city manager's office as well.
Outstanding.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor, and once again, thank you, City Manager. I think part of those funds were freed up as a result of the school district being reimbursed for or being able to receive reimbursement for their food program that then was able to supplement the weekend program that the city was overseeing, which was absolutely wonderful.
That's correct.
Okay. And so that was wonderful then that it could be repurposed in that way. The other thing question I had, I don't know. I know the library has another budget, and I know there are programs that were affected as a result of the library not being able to operate. Are there funds there that could possibly be repurposed to help in these efforts as well? I mean, the beauty of the webinars that we've been made available to us, through the League of Cities, and we hear about other cities are doing. And one of the things that I did hear was how how some city departments are looking at ways to repurpose money that was allocated for something that could be reallocated for something else.
So one of the, as we continue with talking on the city's budget for the next fiscal year, the council will be able to deliberate whether to add more to the small business grants program. We are trying to also concurrently assemble funds to address the $10 million shortfall in the current fiscal year while still spending on the food as well as the small business programs. So June 9th, you will have another budget hearing, and you will be able to help provide insight and direction in terms of whether we should put more funds into the program.
Great.
So
Okay,
great timing for the question.
Good. And then just one more thing. Regarding the small business, I understand it's wonderful. I've heard such great stories of people that have been able to take advantage of it. But there's one group, and I wasn't sure if they're being re-looked at, like businesses that may not be storefront businesses, that they may be a very small, like a contracting business, but that do have employees, but they don't have a storefront business. Can those folks apply for loans or excuse me, not the loan, but the grant, or is it just specifically for storefront businesses?
So when we've been looking at the program, we've been very broad in our interpretation of that. And so long as they're in some kind of commercial business, they're not operating. It's not a home-based business.
Right.
If they operate in a commercial facility, then we've been accepting those.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much. And again, thank you for all of your hard work, and I'm happy to support the motion as well.
Okay, I just wanted to comment on the small business funds, and Councilmember Watanabe, you asked if there's other areas of our budget we need to look at. We're trying to put an effort together to go out to the business community, especially the larger businesses in town, to try to help us with funding some of these loans or these grants to our small businesses. So our budget's going to be tight as it is, and we want to make sure that we have enough funds to provide our essential services to our community. And so we're going to look to our, larger businesses to see how they can help us out with the small businesses, because we have a community that includes large and small, and all of us need to be healthy and working and successful. And I think we're all part of a system here, and I think our larger community really needs to step up and help us and help our small businesses that are, a lot of them are family-owned in Santa Clara, and they're trying to survive. And so we're going to make, and I'm going to ask for all the council's efforts as well to help in this respect, to go out and contact the larger businesses to help us with both the food program and the grants to our small businesses. So stay tuned. We're going to be tapping you all to help us in this effort, and so we won't have to, hopefully, look at tapping any of our funds for our essential services. Okay, so we have a motion and a second for the additional 300. It's 300, right? 300,000. Which will be really helpful. We'll be able to help, quite a few more businesses. Motion and a second. Any other discussion? Any public discussion on this? No one in the cafeteria? Okay. So roll call vote. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yeah.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal,
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, thank you, thank you. City Manager, do you know when we'll be looking at handing out that additional funds for some of those businesses that are in line?
So we have applications still that we can review. So we'll begin to review those applications. And we've been able to turn around application decisions within a week. So we will start pushing out funds likely next week. And we'll bring back action on the 9th for the council to consider options of whether to fund the program more or not.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for finding that money as well, and it's going to be very helpful to our small businesses in town. Thank you. All right, moving on now, we have our consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless a council member or member of the public pulls an item. Do we have any items that any council members that would like pulled? I'll say for the record that I need to abstain on item 2Q, because I still haven't heard back from the FPPC on that. Item 2Q, which is adoption of a resolution extending the moratorium on evictions for the non-payment of rent and no-fault evictions for tenants with income. So for the record, can I show that? And I'm also abstaining on item 2N, which is adoption of a resolution of intention with the revised public hearing date for the parking maintenance district at Franklin Square, since I own my office at the Franklin Mall. Okay, so do we have any, let's see, items pulled for discussion? We have Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item 2C, as in Charlie.
Okay, so that item is action on a contract amendment with direction to proceed with issuance of a notice of preparation for the Freedom Circle focus area. Okay? Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to pull item 2N, N as Nancy, and 2P, P as Paul.
2N and 2P. Okay, so those items are, 2N is, the one I just abstained on, Franklin Square. And 2P is action on landfill post-closure operation and management agreement for related Santa Clara project. All right, anybody else? Okay, is there a motion for the balance of the consent calendar?
Motion to approve balance of consent calendar, Debbie.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal,
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, noting my abstentions, please. Thank you. Okay, next we have public presentations. Do we have any public presentations? Assistant City Clerk, no public presentations? Do we have anyone in the cafeteria for public presentations? No? Okay, none. All right, we'll move on then to consent items pulled for discussion in order. Item 2C, Councilmember O'Neill, action on a contract amendment and direction to proceed with issuance of the NOP for Freedom Circle Focus Area. Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes, I just wanted, perhaps, it's kind of a complicated transaction. And I was hoping that perhaps Director Crabtree or one of his staff could kind of talk about how these various, the data collection for these various projects, whether they're kind of going to be overlapping or whether they all be separate, or kind of like how these are now going to continue to interact with each other, and what impact it might have on the Patrick Henry data collection process.
Okay, so this is a notice of contract amendment, so I don't know, staff?
Yes.
Does staff understand I don't understand your question, so, on this issue, so, staff? Whoever's
Mayor,
handling?
members,
Thank you.
Mayor, members of the City Council, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Director Crabtree.
Yes, this is Andrew Crabtree. I do have a presentation that we could pull up, and I'll just briefly give a little background and address the question from Councilmember O'Neill. And as noted, there are two items that we are asking the council to take action on with this item. If we could go to the next slide, please. Just for background, I want to show the boundaries of the Freedom Circle, the project area. This is on the east side of Great America Parkway, north of US Highway 101, just south of Great America Theme Park, and west of San Tomas, Aquino Creek. So you can see on the slide, the area that's highlighted, that's the project area. It's 122 acres. And then within it, there's a 13.3 acre project site, the Greystar project site, where there's a specific general plan amendment application that's on file. And in August, on August 27th last year, 2019, the City Council gave us direction to proceed with preparing a designation for this area as a focus area in the city's general plan, and then also to continue processing of the Greystar general plan amendment application. So the things that we're asking to do today relate to those directions, implementing those directions. We have a contract with a consultant referred to as MIG, and they are also the consultant that's working on the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan. We intentionally hired one consultant so that we could have some efficiency with coordinating those two efforts and ensure that they were well coordinated. And the contract amendment is somewhat of a reduction in scope, as we're not doing the full work of the specific plan, just the more scaled back focus area designation, and also relates to the fact that the project is a little bit now more closely tied to the Greystar project, and we're including analysis of that in the scope, and Greystar is funding the work with MIG. The other action that we're asking council to do today is to go ahead and issue the notice of preparation. This is the next step in the environmental review process, and just providing a notice to the public. I'm interested that the city is preparing an environmental impact report for the project. If we go ahead with these two actions, the schedule at this point for the designation of the Freedom Circle focus area and also the Gray Star General Plan Amendment application processing would be on the same schedule as the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan process. Both are scheduled at this point for a release of environmental impact report in next summer, and then coming to City Council late summer, early fall for council consideration. Obviously, there are things that could happen between now and then that would affect the schedule. That's the intent. And then, the analysis for both projects will include analysis of the other. So it's all coordinated. There's sort of a cumulative analysis section in the environmental impact reports that would be prepared for each plan. Having separate EIRs allows both to proceed on their own schedule as needed, but they are also going to be fully addressing each other in that analysis. And then I think there's also a question about how this might relate to the Kylie development proposal, which is a little bit further north and west of this site. That is a privately initiated project and it has its own schedule. At this point, we're waiting for them to resubmit a new project description. So we don't really have dates in mind for when that would be coming forward to City Council, but we expect it would probably be after the focus area and the specific plan. But then again, all three projects will acknowledge each other as reasonably foreseeable potential projects per the requirements of CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. So that addresses the question. I'm available if there are other questions as well.
Okay. Mayor, can I go ahead?
Oh,
and
yeah,
ask
I was,
questions
I was waiting for you, Councilmember O'Neill. You have the floor.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. So thank you, Director Crabtree. So part of what as I was reading all of this, like I said, I thought, oh my gosh, I need some Venn diagrams here to figure out how these are going to overact or, overlap or not overlap. So there are we've gone from a specific plan on the east side of Great American Parkway to now we have a general plan focused area and a standalone project. And then the specific plan for Patrick Henry is still ongoing. As you said, we have the same consultant. So, and I understand they have to kind of look at each other because we're all happy, because a lot of times, that's one of the things that sometimes some people get frustrated about is as to whether the EIRs are actually looking at a cumulative impact. So it sounds like they will be all kind of considering each other's impacts, but will the actual data set or the work that's involved, will it kind of overlap? Or are we going to be drawing distinct border lines between these, which would in effect is kind of like three separate efforts? Do you follow what I'm getting at?
Right. So I think the answer is that it's both in this case, because each project has to have its own independent environmental analysis that it can proceed. If for some reason there's a delay to Freedom Circle, we want to be able to proceed with Patrick Henry and vice versa. Neither one should be tied to the Kylie project in terms of our processing timeline. So we're really scoped with our consultant teams to prepare, a complete independent CEQA analysis for each project so that, they can have that independence of each other. At the same time, we're using, one traffic model. We're working with one, consultant MIG for two of the projects, but we're also sharing traffic analysis between the three. The city owns the environmental review process. We use consultants to conduct the work, but ultimately this is the one that is administering that process. So we're making sure that that environmental review, and particularly the traffic analysis that could come about cumulatively from all three, is being fully analyzed. as we go forward with this, and using common methodology across the projects, of course.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted a little more clarification on that. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember O'Neill, do you want to make a motion, or do you need some more information?
No, if nobody else has any questions, then
Oh,
I
Councilmember
will.
Councilmember Davis has her button on. So Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Just Andrew, just to tap a little bit onto what Councilmember O'Neill was going for. If you're expecting this to be pushed out another year, how does COVID relate to the EIR and what's going to happen if, for traffic management purposes? I'm kind of concerned myself. I mean, I'm not going to be here for this, but when you said that it would be pushed out, I'm kind of concerned about how long and how they're going to conduct this, because I think we don't have Dennis Nang right now, right? We don't have a coordinator, a traffic analysis person or something. So I was curious about that myself.
Well, I will mention that Mike Liu, I believe, is here as well to participate, and he's sort of filling that role now for the city. He can elaborate on that. But also, I mentioned too that base counts in terms of traffic conditions were made before the current pandemic situation, and we're certainly not treating traffic conditions today as some baseline. Mike Liu, if you're available, can you provide more information?
Sure. So if you can hear me, this is Mike Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. Just want to confirm you can hear me.
Yes, Mike.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. A pleasure to speak to this issue. So yes, data collection currently would be impractical. But as the Director Crabtree mentioned, we do have counts that were done in connection with Kylie, because that was moving earlier, as we all know. So we have sufficient information to move forward with analysis. Obviously, we'll be looking at information as we move forward, but unlike other situations where we do not have any counts, in this situation we do. So, and that's it. Based on that, we feel pretty comfortable in terms of this moving forward at this stage. And then also, just to update on the council on the vacant traffic engineer position, we are currently recruiting for that. So, just wanted to give the council that full update. Thank you.
Okay, so Mayor, can I ask another question?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so Michael, I understand that you're using like a benchmark, but after COVID, I'm wondering how many people or how many of these buildings are going to be full or not full, or what the traffic impact is going to be. So you're using a benchmark on what happened prior to this, and then you're going to push it out a year. So I'm seeing the landscape could change, could get, I really don't know. I mean, this is like a major what if situation. I understand what you're telling me. I just wondering how this is going to affect, it's already out there. It is so jam-packed, and then COVID hit. So we already had complications with transit as it was, and how were we going to address that? Because a lot of things were bottlenecked up. And then COVID comes along and everything gets a little quiet, and now we have a specific plan, a couple of specific plans, and Kylie and related all hitting out there. And I know that this is a thing, an irking thing for Councilmember O'Neill, because she sits on the VTA and she lives this stuff all the time. So, I get it, but I just was wondering how, if you could give us maybe an update as you kind of went along a little bit more than waiting out and maybe another year to see where this all kind of lands. So that's all. I just wanted to say good job, but I just think that maybe we need to look at it a little closer or see what the pattern is going to evolve with COVID. So those are just my comments. I'm not saying how to do your job. I'm just thinking outside the box a little bit here as to what could possibly happen, and if the council could get more information as it goes forward.
I have the city attorney that wants to make a comment. If you hold on for 1 second, I have the city attorney.
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone that the actual item that was noticed for the public discussion was simply a contract amendment about funding. And I'm getting very uncomfortable in terms of the Brown Act, in terms of how wide this discussion is going. So if we could just limit it to this contract, it would be better in terms of keeping with the Brown Act's requirements.
Thank you, City Attorney. Michael, I didn't know if you wanted to say something, keeping those words of the City
Yeah.
Attorney in mind.
Of course. So we recognize that, the current COVID situation has changed traffic in terms of what we knew prior to that. And then, of course, it's affected transit as well. But in terms of the way the level of service analysis is done, and these traffic analysis, it will be more conservative, assuming that things return to normal, potentially with the exception of transit. So I think as we move forward, we do need to coordinate fully with the Valley Transportation Authority to see how their transit's going to be operated during the next several years, assuming things don't change more rapidly. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis, are you finished?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, I'm going to go.
I would like to make the motion to approve.
All right, I was going to go back to Councilmember O'Neill, but that's okay. Councilmember Davis, motion, is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember O'Neill, second. Any other discussion from any council members? Seeing none. Any member of the public? I don't think anyone's here at this point. No? Seeing none. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yeah.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal,
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. So that passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill, for pulling that. The next item we have is item 2N, and that item is adoption of a resolution of intention with revised public hearing date of June 9th for Parking Maintenance District Number 122, Franklin Square. I'll be abstaining on that item. My office is in the Franklin Mall. So I'm going to turn it over to Vice Mayor Hardy to conduct this item. Vice Mayor Hardy, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
more
If you
than willing.
wouldn't mind taking this over, thank you.
Absolutely. Councilmember Chahal, you were the one that pulled this. Would you explain your concerns with 2N on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, I will. Okay, I have a couple of questions. One is, do we have any other arrangements in the city with the similar type of arrangement where we are doing this type of contract and helping out for the parking maintenance and other maintenance? That's my first question to the staff.
Well, I can let staff answer that, or I can help you also. This is one of the few places, we do have a few places in the city where the city owns the general area. And in the Franklin Mall, the individuals, they own their footprint and their building, but the rest of the property is city owned. And that is why this comes under our auspices. Now, if Andrew or Michael want to jump in and say anything about that, that's fine. Either one of you?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works.
Thank you, Craig.
And so, yes, you're correct in what you described for the Franklin Square Maintenance District. And then there is one other that is the Convention Center Maintenance District, number 183.
Oh, okay. Okay. So on this one, especially looking at the scenario where we are right now, like budget deficit and other stuff, are we having a cost recovery on this one? It looks like the city is paying for the majority of the maintenance for the properties around it. So what is our cost recovery, and have we ever thought of like going to a 100% cost recovery, and we are trying to other facilities or services we are trying to provide to our residents?
Excuse me, Vice Mayor Hardy, I hate to interrupt again, but we're only talking about, the only action that the council's taking tonight is changing the date that you'll actually make a substantive decision. So
Thank you.
I don't know how relevant a deep dive into how this district works is from a Brown Act standpoint.
Councilmember Chahal, did you hear that? That the concern was the only motion before us is to bring this back on June 9th.
And that is regarding that resolution, right? So
yes.
we cannot discuss about the resolution, but we only talking about, I just have a question for City Attorney. So we cannot have a discussion about the particular resolution we are trying to bring back on June 9th. Basically, we can only talk about whether we want to do that or not on June 9th. Is that right?
Well, I think you could maybe ask that, these questions be, have information in response to these questions for June 9th, but you really shouldn't be deliberating the merits of the district tonight, because all you're talking about tonight is what date in the future you're going to have a substantive discussion of it.
Okay. I was only thinking because these were the part and parcel of the resolution. So I was thinking the question pertained to the part and parcel of the resolution which we are trying to bring back on June 9th. But if you suggest that today is only about the date, that's fine. Yeah. Then we can bring it back maybe on June 9th. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Then do I have any other questions, or do I have a motion?
I can make a motion to approve, and we can discuss it further on June 9th about the actual resolution. Thank you.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Chahal. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Hi, this
please.
is Deanna. Councilmember Chahal, if you have any topics or questions that you would like for us to answer to prepare for the June 9th report, can you please forward them to me?
Oh, sure. I did.
And then we will list them in the report and public.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you so much. I have a motion. I have a second. Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And we'll bring back the mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All right, the next item we had pulled was item number 2P, and that item is action on landfill post-closure operations and management agreement for related Santa Clara project. Councilmember Chahal, you pulled this item.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to have some discussion about what are the changes we are making from city attorney point of view. What are the changes we are making from our earlier approval of this thing? Like, what are the highlights of this thing in a common so that our residents understand what we are doing? Thank you.
Ruth, if you could bring up your presentation.
Sure. So this is Ruth Shikata, Assistant City Manager, and I do have a brief presentation that might help answer the question. I want to start off by saying that in April 8th, the council did approve a form of the landfill post-closure and operation and a management plan. And then there were three big areas that the agreement covered. It provided for an allocation of the ownership, operation, maintenance, and the management of the landfill and the landfill systems, like the gas collection systems and then monitoring systems. It allocated the responsibilities of which party, the city or related, would be responsible for the design and construction of those systems. It also provided for a very robust insurance program, which would be for the protection of related interests, but for our purposes and our interest, it provided for a lot of protection on the city's interests. So on the next slide, so after the agreement was approved by the council action at that point in time was very specific to the agreement that was presented to it on April 8th. So after April 8th, then related noticed that there were some items that they needed for their lenders and that were not included in the agreement itself. So some of the examples of the changes that were requested were for certain protections of their lenders to address the assinees. So like if parts of the project were being assigned from an entity related to some other entity, those things were not included in the form of an agreement. That was approved by council. There are protections that were contemplated in the DDA that weren't specifically addressed in the landfill agreement. So that was not good for the city or for related, because the more clarity that we have on these very important systems, the better off both parties are. And again, the additional council authorization was needed to provide that, and include that into the new draft or the new form of the landfill O&M agreement. So on the next slide, so getting to the heart of Councilmember Chahal's question, the protections to the lenders would include things like noticing provisions, their right to cure. So if there was some kind of default, then the lenders could step in and cure that. There was also provisions for some cure periods. So periods of which were that we noticed that there was an issue, the lenders understood that, and then they have the right to fix the problem. So there was one item. City does have a right, however, instead of the lender to step in and cure a problem at the developer's cost, if in fact that it was needed to protect health or to comply with landfill regulations. So for the most part, we give the lenders the right to cure a problem, except for if there is some issue that we needed to protect for the general public. Other key changes was the assignment of the responsibilities to design and construct the landfill systems to a phased developer. So in the later phases, we had contemplated that maybe it wasn't related that was going to be developing the landfill systems and developing the project, and they had the ability to assign those rights. And what we said is, what we've agreed to is that might be true, but not for the first few phases. So not for parcel 3 and 4, which is where the city center is going to be. That related is going to be responsible for that. The other key changes were the design and construction obligations that we wanted to make sure for the landfill systems that they were secured by a bond or some kind of completion guarantee. And then we also agreed that the future phase developers and their lenders might be named as an additional assured to the pollution legal liability insurance program. As you may recall, the landfill O&M agreement, as you approved in April, had a very, very robust requirement for the pollution legal liability insurance. And at this range, at $75 million, it was highly unlikely that the market would be able to bear multiple insurance policies at that level. So because the insurance policy we had negotiated in the original agreement was to cover the entire landfill, that this cleanup change really would allow for to any phase developers to basically join in and also be insured by that program. So that's the summary, and on the next slide is our recommendation. So we are asking that the council approve and authorize the city manager to execute the landfill O&M agreement. And similarly to the April authorization, to authorize the city manager to obtain additional insurance to bolster the limits of the liability if if necessary or and available. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you very much for the explanation, Ruth. And with that, I can make a motion to approve this.
Second.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Any members of the public? None, okay. I hesitate because I have to look to the door to see if there's anyone here and get the okay that there's no one here. I want to make sure if anybody does come, they have an opportunity to speak. So we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on now. We're out of the consent calendar. So we're moving on to public hearing general business. There first is item number 3, action on the annual report and resolution of intention for levy of annual assessment for the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District. City Manager, is that you?
Good afternoon. We're going to have Nancy Thome provide a brief presentation and then hand it over to Aaron Hodge.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. As the City Manager stated, this is Nancy Thome, and I am an assistant to the City Manager from the City Manager's Office. And I'll be introducing this item today on the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District, specifically for considering action on the TID's annual report and resolution of intention for levy of an annual assessment of $1 per occupied room night. Next slide. Just a very, very brief background. The current Tourism Improvement District has been in effect for 15 years, and they were initially formed in 2005 pursuant to the Parking and Business Improvement Area Law of 1989. On April 9th, when we were before council, council voted to renew the current district. And this renewal process really is the same process that's been conducted last year and the previous years historically in renewing the district. It is a two-step process required for levying and assessment. The first is approval of the TID annual report, and that annual report was included as part of City Council's agenda packet. Adoption of the resolution of intention to levy and collect assessment and setting the date for a public hearing. And the second is to actually hold the public hearing to approve the levy of the assessment. Next slide. Today we have Aaron Hodges, Chair of the TID Advisory Board. He's here online, and he will be presenting and providing to Council an overview of the TID's annual report. And so at this time, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Hodges.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gilmore and Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Let's go ahead and move to the first slide since we know there is a bit of a delay. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the TID as the chair. As Nancy mentioned, since its inception in 2005, the TID has provided over $8.3 million in funding, supporting both the former CBB as well as the hotels and most importantly, the convention center. This current year has been really dedicated to preparing for the future with the development of the newly formed DMO, which we're proud to now refer to as Visit Santa Clara, including establishing new strategic selling efforts, systems of governance. We established a new staffing model, a new supporting budget, which is up for review with you for this fiscal year. What's outlined on the slide is really a number of the key accomplishments for the fiscal year that the TID is very proud of. We worked long and hard to achieve many of them. I won't go through all of them, but we'll draw on a few that are of key importance. Namely, the formation of the new DMO Board of Directors, of which we had direct guidance from Council on. The DMO board is working very well together on future efforts to promote the city and the destination. We also developed a new booking strategy for the DMO and the Santa Clara Convention Center to follow jointly. This strategy sets the course for the DMO to sell the space to regional and national markets in the years ahead. As we all know, the booking calendar can be many years out, and it's important that we continue to focus on that. And that new booking strategy is going to serve us well for years to come. We also worked on the development of an organizational chart with position by position description to support a new sustainable DMO operation into the future. In a future slide, we're really showcasing phase 1 of what that organizational structure will look like. We also, as I mentioned, secured the Visit Santa Clara name and naming rights for Visit Santa Clara as the new CVB marketing effort. And we were also very successful, at least preliminarily, with the feasibility of transitioning collection methodology from the existing dollar that we currently have in place to a percentage model, which we've had a lot of discussion with council on and are urging for future change in that regard. Next slide. And while that slide comes up, this is the 15th year of operation for the TID. It's been successful in supporting the development and direction of the newly formed DMO, as I mentioned. Future years will be dependent on modifying and enhancing the existing funding structure as stated by council here in just recent meetings that we've had. The budget overview slide that we're looking at, this is really a basic structure that gives us the ability to start to go and establish new business for Santa Clara. Essentially, we need to venture out and find the business, since the vast majority of prospective clients, they won't be calling us more than ever in the climate that we're in with the pandemic. As I mentioned previously, this staffing really is just the start of a long-term plan, and it is very much phase 1. And in the budget that we've submitted to you includes a CEO coming on board in the fiscal year. It includes an initial sales team with a marketing support. I know that there's been quite a bit conveyed by council specific to marketing and marketing efforts into the future. The initial focus, as we'll look at in a future slide, is really on what we refer to as priority 1 business. And when I mentioned booking strategy, there's really a concerted effort with the destination marketing team, the hotels, and the convention center to focus on priority 1 business. And really what that means is it means large events with room nights and length of stay associated with them. Priority 1s typically account for more than 1,000, 1,100 room nights over several days. And they also require multiple hotels, and they constitute material revenue to the convention center, in the $1 million plus range. As I mentioned, marketing resources are introduced in this staffing guide, and this staffing model allows us to fully function administratively with everything that we're trying to accomplish. Let's switch to the next slide. In the next slide, it really is showcasing that multi-year plan of goal setting, which is to establish a larger percentage of events that have room nights associated with them and length of stay. In year 1, which is 2021, again, we're booking out into the future. Our goal is to establish 5 P1s, priority 1 pieces of business, and then by year 5 to grow that to 15. You can see on the graphic, it suggests that just by growing room nights 50% in the convention center that have generated events with room nights, we're looking to deliver 20,000 plus new rooms on an annual basis. What that means, and these are conservative numbers based upon a $200 ADR, it means an additional $4 million in room revenues and almost $400,000 in new tourism occupancy tax, which is critical for future budgeting purposes. This will take a focused sales effort, though, and it's important that it's something that we need to go after. It's not this type of business, these priority ones and priority two types of businesses, they don't just fall in our lap. They're things that we need to go and fight for. With that, if you can turn to the next slide. In speaking about citywide business impacts a larger percentage of business with increased length of stay. The material impact to the city is the restaurants, the shopping spend, the TOT revenues. But most importantly, what we're seeing now with the pandemic is it's giving our citizens or the people that work in Santa Clara the ability to work. And certainly the pandemic has had a material impact on the tourism and hospitality industry in the short term. And we hope that is going to change very soon. And the sooner it does, and the sooner we have a plan to be able to sell and focus on the destination, the sooner we're bringing our people back to work, which is very important. This slide that shows competing facilities and destination, it really just earmarks the fact that we are at ground zero. We have no business in the convention center. This illustrates both Team San Jose and Moscone, who are tertiary markets, and what their contributions are. Again, by year 5, realistic goals we have for ourselves is just 15. We have a much smaller sales force that we're looking to roll out. Team San Jose last year had 40 citywide priority 1 pieces of business, and their tourism improvement district contributed $3.5 million. Today, what we've proposed to you is just over $1.3 million for our TID that also includes some upstart costs. But that Team San Jose has an $11 million budget. Moscone Center, which does exclusively citywides, their TID contributes to $24 million in a $35 million annual budget. And really what these outline is how important, these two cities outline is how important this business is to their industry, their economy, and their budget. We're at a point, as I mentioned at the beginning, where we're really we're starting from scratch. And that's exciting, and that there's great potential opportunity for the foreseeable future. Next slide, please. The next slide is really going to illustrate the importance of approving the budget, but also more importantly, earmarking the importance of our continued collaboration with the city on change. As we all know, the TID, its inception was in 2005, as I mentioned, and the funding model has remained the same since its inception and has not changed. If you read this graph from left to right, it really earmarks where we are today and where we're going to end up by the 3rd year of this existing funding model. So currently, the TID has $1.6 million in reserves. In the year 1 budget here illustrates $1.25 million. There's actually an additional $70,000 that will be included in that budget number that you all have. That is year 1 monies associated with ramping up We are going to require drawing on our reserves in year one to be able to facilitate our staffing model and our marketing efforts. And we'll draw 720,000 of the reserves in year one. In year two, we're estimating collections of from TID assessments of $600,000. We're taking COVID-19 into consideration, knowing that occupancy within hotels will be greatly impacted. Year two's budget, which has not been proposed or shared with you, if we take the same budget that we're providing you here in year one, we would draw on our reserves to facilitate our budget. And by end of year, fiscal year number 2, we would have just under $300,000 left in our reserves. And again, all I'm wanting to convey on behalf of the TID, on behalf of the DMO, on behalf of the convention center is the importance of having a sense of urgency in the future with modifying our existing model so that we can set ourselves up for success to be able to compete with the markets that are stealing business from us today, as I've shared with you before. We're asking for a $1.32 million budget in year one. Keep in mind, historically, the budgets associated with the Tourism Improvement District and the former CVB had been in the $2.4 million range. So this is very lean. It's very tight, but it's very focused and directed on doing what we need to do to achieve the success and get the ball rolling toward future success collaboratively. So ultimately, we propose something that is very collaborative with the City Council's goals. It's everything that we think will yield the success that we're all hoping to in the future. And next slide, please. I think the next slide is just a thank you. I do want to, at this time, I'll turn it back over to Nancy. I know there's some things that she wants to cover, and if there's any additional questions, then I'll answer questions from the council.
Thank you for that, Aaron. Let's go to Nancy, and then we'll go to council questions.
Okay, if you could go to the next slide. Just in summary, with the renewal of the district under the 1989 law, there will be no changes to the TID boundaries. When it was first created, there were 9 hotels, and now there are currently 11 with the addition of the AC element, the AC and the element last August. And the proposed assessment is to remain the same at $1 per occupied room night. The TID's fiscal year 2021 proposed operating budget, which was included in the packet, is approximately $1.25 million. And they did identified one-time costs for a one-year total of $1.3 million. And as Aaron had mentioned, it will include the phase 1 approach to really focus on the 4 staff, continued organizational development, the purchase of needed startup equipment, supplies, and then also the city administrative costs of $3,000. And to show his point in terms of continued resources for the TID, they also did propose a fiscal year 21-22 budget at the proposed assessment of $1 per occupied room night. Next slide. So the next steps, right today on May 26th, what is up for council consideration is the approval of the TID's annual report and the adoption of the resolution for intention for the levy of an annual assessment for the TID. If approved, we will send out notice, publish a notice and send out notices to the lodging businesses for a public hearing to take place on June 23rd. And at that time, businesses are welcome to submit any written protests if they did not want any levy to be assessed. And if approved on the 23rd, the levy will be effective July 1st. Next slide. The overall staff recommendation is for council to approve the annual report as provided by the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District, to adopt a resolution of intention to levy and collect the assessment with the Santa Clara TID for 2021 at $1 per occupied room night, and to also set the date for the public hearing for June 23rd. And that concludes the presentation. I think Aaron and I are both available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I have two lights on. First, Councilmember Davis and then Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you, Mayor. Aaron, I wanted to know, with the hotel's anticipation of reopening anytime, or do you have a timeline on how you will do a soft opening with the COVID?
So, Council, the reality is that some hotels remain open and some are temporarily suspended. So I think it comes down to a business decision based upon the ownership group for each of the properties. I can tell you, in speaking with all of the hotels, we are all very eager to reopen. But I think, as Mayor Gilmore suggested, we all need to be cautious about the process and be slow and steady as we evaluate the impacts locally and regionally. So we all want the business to come back. We all want our people working. And in some instances, temporary suspension just continues to move down the path as we learn more about this situation that we're in. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, it did. I have another question. When we did the audit, it was noted that they were doing one-time events, a lot of them, at the convention center, like a day, like a craft show or a seminar type thing. With that in mind, and you said that you're at ground zero. I think everybody's going to be at ground zero right now. Are you working with the convention center on spacing and how you would sell to bring these conventions to the city of Santa Clara?
Yes, collaborative is one of my favorite words, and I would say that Spectra has been very collaborative with the hotels, the DMO, of which Kelly Carr is a member. His team early on, even while they were serving as a temporary hospital, was very much working on space and new guidance for space with all of the hotels so that we can strategically go after certain business and understand how we're going to service the needs of that business. As it relates to events happening at the convention center, the reality is that the convention center, Spectra, they have a pro forma, they have a budget, they have a forecast, they have goals that they are trying to adhere to that are generating revenues. And it's important that we have a good balance of both events that have rooms associated with them and those that don't. Obviously, seasonality and things of that nature all play an important role. But the objective needs to be a collaborative effort in understanding what's the best business really for the city, so that we have people working and we're giving ourselves the best opportunity to grow. And also, not to forget, we need to ensure that we're having events that give our locals the opportunity to utilize those facilities as well.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. I think I would like, Mayor, when you get a chance, or everybody speaks, to make the staff recommendation, but I also want to leave it open, just a personal comment, or later down, that we will look at from the dollar and go to a percentage, because I think Aaron clearly identified the need to be competitive with what's going on. They're in competition with Team San Jose, Moscone, even though we are a different size convention center. But at the same time, if we're looking at expanding our TOT, I think we need to be really, let's just say, prudent with these guys, because we're looking at them to generate a revenue stream for us. So I'm hoping that going in the future that we will we look at this. He requested that we do that. But I just think at this point in time, the ask is to approve his report, because that is part of his obligation to do that. But and to also set this public hearing so that we can move forward. But I just want to be a little bit more competitive with everybody else, because I think that when everything opens up, it's going to be a dog-eat-dog world. Who's going to give the best deal? Who's going to make the most money? It's going to be really charged. So I'm hoping that we're ready for that when that does happen. So I would like to make the motion for staff recommendation.
I'd like to second that, and I'd like to second Councilmember Davis's concern that I too like the idea of a percentage. We're rebooting, we're restarting, we want to be competitive, and I want to help our TID to do that so we all are able to enjoy the proceeds of visiting Santa Clara. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate you made the point. I want to make certain that this is only for a year and that we're able to revisit this and look at the percentage. That would be a question to staff.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I know what the motion is. The motion's for staff recommendation, which is to move ahead with the
Yes.
the dollar.
Yeah.
And
To approve,
And your side comments are to revisit this sooner rather than later in terms of a percentage? That's just a side comment. I just want to make sure I know what the motion is. All right, so the
no, the most, staff recommendation to approve the report and to adopt the intention to levy and collect the $1 and to set the public hearing date
for June 23rd. All right.
Correct.
Is that clear
Second
with the
concurs.
second?
Yes, second concurs.
Do you have any other comments, Vice Mayor Hardy, because you're next on the list?
It was mostly that I really would like to see us, we'll pass this, but I would like to be for only a year, and then we revisit again with the idea of the percentage once we're back in full swing.
I believe this is an annual assessment, so it would be for a year. But the staff can correct me if I'm not correct. This is, we heard this annually. Okay, thank you. Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes, thank you. So, and this is for Nancy and Aaron. I know it's very early, and it's kind of like we're all either shaking our 8 balls or looking into not so crystal balls or whatever. But I'm just curious if within the industry, say the convention visitors industry, what if there's any buzz going along, or is everybody just kind of just going week to week, waiting to see? Because I would imagine I had read, I think on one of the news sites that I think everybody, just about everybody at Team San Jose has been laid off. And so, I mean, is it at this point, is there any sales or marketing, or is everybody nobody knows? And so, I mean, this was part of my caution about changing the assessment at this point. Was we were in such uncertainty and not knowing perhaps what other funds we might need. So I guess my bottom line is, what are you hearing or seeing from other people, other convention centers or other visitor bureaus, and in terms of their sales or marketing activity, and if anybody's made any plans to actually try to resume operations?
So Nancy, I'll answer this, and Councilor O'Neill, it's a good question, and the reality is that yes, Team San Jose, really the convention center, for as an example, our own convention center, does have a sales team, and they are actively selling. The landscape that has changed in the immediate future is obviously the pandemic and short-term group business, as well as social gathering restrictions, right? So what I'll tell you, and what I conveyed earlier, is that much of the larger business, the P1, the P2 business, which are these larger programs, many of them are booked years in advance because there's a significant amount of preparation that goes into these, lots of planning, as you can imagine. So right now, more than ever, those are the types of programs that are being booked, that Team San Jose and Moscone and other markets are actively pursuing Yes, people have been laid off, which is very unfortunate.
Yes.
And hopefully we're going to get those people back to work. In some instances, sales teams have been realigned where they might have been focused on short-term business. Now they're focused on long-term business and things of that nature. Irregardless, the situation is that they all have a sales force currently, and they're all working to deliver new business for future years. And that's kind of the situation we're in. So as Q3 rolls around full steam, as Q4 rolls around full steam, we'll have a different understanding at that time of how we can sell for the foreseeable future. But right now, obviously, with the restrictions, it's a wait and see. So I hope I answered your question, but that's kind of the landscape that we're in.
Sure, and if this is Nancy Thom. If I could just add, Spectre's had to reduce their staffing, but there is still some sales activity happening because with the closures, there were still events in place, and so they're working very hard to retain that business for future dates and keeping in contact with them. They're very also active in preparing a reopening plan in preparation for when the restrictions on gatherings are lifted. And so, they're taking a look at a reopening plan that will include social distancing protocols. It could mean different meeting setup, banquet setup, even working with Levy. They have to think about different ways of how food can be provided to customers at the convention center. And so just be assured that they are working on a pre-opening plan to include safety measures for all staff and visitors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Nancy, and thank you, Aaron, for the details you gave us. And I would also reluctantly support the staff recommendation, but I would also highlight some of my comments basically over here. I treat this as a public-private partnership being spearheaded by the 11 hotels, and I think we should be hearing them out and acting on the strategy and the planning which they have requested for. And I strongly feel that we should have listened to them, and instead of collecting the TID as $1 per night, we should have listened to them on a percentage formula. And that being said, they are trying to invest in their own properties to get more revenue, but indirectly the investment is going to whole city. Like if they do get more revenue, we get more revenue from sales tax and other economic activity. So, and Aaron did mention almost every one of them is ready to go for percentage-based TID collection. So those are my comments, and sooner we can do that, listen to their request, I would be happy with that. Okay, those are my comments, and thank you, Aaron and Nancy, again. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you also, Nancy and Aaron, for the presentation as well. I know that these are tough times for the hospitality business, and it's killed me, as we've gone through the last 8 weeks or so and seeing so many events being canceled, not just here, but around the country, and big events. And I know people really care about them and they want to see them come back. So I agree with Councilmember Davis in terms of, that this could be a great opportunity to be competitive in maybe some ways that the city of Santa Clara has not been able to be before the TID. I think, people will be looking, when they go to choose a destination. I think one of the things they might consider is how those areas weathered the shelter in place. How did they do? How did they come out? What was the impact to the area in terms of, the cases maybe? And that could be, an important point in how we have responded to the shelter in place and to make our community safe and going forward. And so I'm hoping that as we consider the second phase, that or the county does that, it'll help us to be able to see how we're going to move forward, not just as a city, but, our hospitality industry as well, and how it will impact it. I have a question regarding I know the hotels. I understand the TID and the model, but just independently of the TID, Aaron, have the hotels any of the hotels that you know of, or maybe including the Hyatt, have they been impacted or been able to take advantage of the stimulus monies that the federal government was offering during the shelter in place?
Yeah, again, a great question, Council Watanabe. I would say that for each hotel ownership group, those entities, that's a process that they would have gone through. I know in most instances in our market that ownerships were eager to initiate the process, and whether or not they pulled on the funds or not to help sustain them through the process was it's confidential to those entities. But I would say that certainly there have been many hotels and hotel groups, for that matter, who own multiple hotels who've gone through the processes, and in many instances have utilized those resources to help them through this terrible time.
Good. Okay. Because I wondered if part of those, I can't remember offhand what the stimulus money was to be allocated for, but if any of it could be potentially used as marketing, independently, hotels independently marketing themselves as we come out of this pandemic.
Yeah, it was actually specific to labor and employment specifically, and it was not for any marketing efforts or things of that nature. It was really about sustainability of staffing while we go through this situation of sheltering in place.
Great. Okay. Well, I have to say, the other day, one of our local realtors posted some great photos on Facebook about some swag that they had promoting Santa Clara. They were mugs and bags and all kinds of other tchotchkes, I guess you could say. But anyway, I saw them and I said to them, where did you get these items? Believe it or not, they're sold at a store in Mountain View. I'm wondering, why is a store in Mountain View selling Santa Clara swag? But, it's the kind of thing that, when we are ready to open, I would love to see in the shops helping promote Santa Clara, to let people know that they were here and what we have to offer, just as a city, but also our hospitality industry. So that's basically all I have. And thank you again for the presentation. And I know I definitely want to see you all come back and be up and running again and working together. So thank you again for all that you've done and all that you continue to do, Aaron. And thank you for the report, Nancy.
Okay. Everyone's commented, I think. So I just wanted to say that I believe that the opening of the convention center will be in phase 4, if I'm correct. With hearing the governor.
Correct.
That's correct. With hearing the governor today talk about phase 4, because he did mention conventions, that who knows when we enter phase 4, I think that pretty much means that everything is going to be open to a certain extent. So it's going to be a little bit down the line. He even said that himself. And in Santa Clara County, we're even much more stricter than the rest of a lot of the other counties in California. So it's really so much of an unknown right now. I'm not that worried about competition at this time. I know things always change because Team San Jose laid off over 1,300 employees. just about 10 days ago. And I know the Moscone Center, I believe, is being used partly for some COVID patients or homeless residents, or I know they're using it in so many other ways. So who knows what's going to happen in San Francisco and how long that's going to take until it's freed up again. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I think it's prudent for us to do this for this next year until we actually know what we have to market and what's available. And even when it is available, what's it going to look like? We don't know if we're going to have the same type of convention setups that we've had in the past, or if it's going to require a completely different type of convention. So I know people may book today for 2 years from now or a year from now, but we don't know what's going to happen, you know, at that time. So I think we're taking a cautious approach. I think we're all realistic that when things are starting to open up, or when we see a light at the end of the tunnel, we're going to do what we can to generate the most income for the city of Santa Clara. But I had hesitated to put money towards this right now because I don't think that's money well spent for us right now. We have other priorities in the city, especially when we can't even open the convention center. So one other thing I wanted to say was that I appreciate the budget and everything. I think it all makes sense. It all makes sense for the situation that we're in right now. But I know, Aaron, you had mentioned that, you know, we had spent $2.5 million in the past for marketing the city and the convention center and other things. I really don't compare the TID and the way it's currently set up to the situation we had in the past, because I don't think we got good value for our money, the city's money, in the past in terms of operations. And I think we have real professionals in place right now, even with our board, the way the new board is set up, the destination, the DMO. I think we have great potential now to really make it work the right way that can really be successful. And I know we were on chart to do that until COVID-19 just derailed us everywhere. So I appreciate that, you know, oh, we're getting a bargain now because you spent this much in the past. Well, I think the money we spent in the past was wasted, and there was no oversight, and it wasn't, you know, used properly in the correct professional way. So I see that we're heading in the right direction. We just don't know when and if, and I appreciate everybody's ideas of when the hotels are going to open and when we can open the convention center. But the fact is, nobody knows right now. We don't know. So we're all on top of it, but the minute that we see that there's light there, that we can take advantage of something, we will. I have no doubt that we will put the you know, efforts in place to make this successful. So I'm going to go ahead and support the motion, and at least we, you know, get this going and we don't lose the opportunity for the dollar, because we need to pass this, otherwise we lose that opportunity as well. So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any public members? No? Okay. Could we have a roll call, Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, and thank you for the report, and for the chair, Aaron, for your report as well. All right, moving on, we have item number 4, which is adoption of resolutions approving financing for the City of Santa Clara's portion of capital costs at the regional wastewater facility in an amount not to exceed $50 million. Staff.
So for this item, I'm going to ask Gary Welling to provide the presentation. Gary?
Thank you.
Hey, good. Thank you, City Manager. Gary Welling, Director of Water and Sewer Utilities. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have this evening the report on approving financing for capital costs for the regional wastewater facility. I'll just wait for the presentation to come up. There it is. I wanted to just thank in advance. There's a lot of folks that actually worked on this, both city staff and consultants. But I wanted to thank Shilpa Mehta, Brenda McCarthy with Water and Sewer Utilities, Sue Reuter with the City Attorney's Office, and in the finance group, Randy Petrowski, who really coordinated all of this finance, did a great job, Lynn Lamb. And then mentioning David Bratsley with K&N Public Finance, and then Conetic, Vic Adams, who handled all of the legal agreements with Jones Hall, and Rick Brandis with Brandis Tallman, and Dan Shaw with Brandis Tallman that handled the RFPs to the banks and negotiations. So I wanted to thank them in advance. So next slide, please. Got a delay here, but I'll give a little bit of the background. This is the San Jose Santa Clara Regional Wastewater Facility. We are undergoing over $1 billion in capital improvements over the next 5 years. To the right on the slide, there's a picture of some of the improvements that are ongoing, and they're major improvements, basically major rehabilitation or replacement at the San Jose facility. The city is obligated to contribute in its share of the RWF capital improvement costs. So from 2019 through 2024, we're looking at $145.4 million. So we looked at the interim credit facility financing instrument, as also known as the installment sale agreement, as best identified as the best option to help fund this project at this level. Next slide, please. So I'll talk a little bit about the installment sale agreement. It's a short-term variable rate interim financing that matures in 4 years, similar to a line of credit. Provides the department with the flexibility to only draw funds as needed to fund the capital projects when we have uncertain cash flow requirements related to the capital projects. We've had a lot of fluctuations in capital projects at the RWF. Some forecasts we have higher levels, maybe 30%. Some years we have lower levels depending on if projects get pushed out. It's anticipated that the installment sale agreement financing would be refinanced within 2 to 4 years with long-term fixed rate debt amortized over 30 years. Next slide, please. So the next slide you're going to see are just an overview of one of the projects that are going on, which is the SES pipeline. This is a major project that brings in sewage. This pipeline brings in sewage to the headworks in the city, and you can see the above ground pipes. But one of the major projects included. Next slide, please. The next slide you're going to see are the digesters. It's an aerial view of digester 5 and digester 6. This is basically where the sludge ultimately ends up. That digest the sludge that comes in through the treatment plant. There's an off-gassing of methane that's used at the cogen plant, and then that sludge is dried out at the drying beds. Next slide, please. So I'll talk a little bit about the Finance Department entered an agreement with Brandis Tallman LLC to assist with the solicitations and offers to fund the project. They sent out a request for proposals to 22 banks on March 5th, 2020. And on March 27th, we received 2 proposals from JP Morgan Chase and Wells Fargo. Both were considered very competitive by the Finance Department and the city's financial advisors, with the JP Morgan Chase proposal offering the lowest rates and most favorable terms. The Finance Department ended contract negotiations with JP Morgan Chase to provide funding for the project. Next slide, please. So there's two resolutions before you authorizing and approving documents and actions related to the financing of the project. There's the resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Clara, the resolution of the City of Santa Clara Public Facilities Financing Corporation. And generally summarizing those, we have approval for financing proposal on entering into the installment sale agreement and assignment agreement. Approve the proceeds of the financing for up to $50 million. Approve the engagement of professional services related to financing, and authorize various officers in the city and financing corporation to execute all the documents required to close the transaction. Next slide, please. So this is just some information on fiscal impacts. In fiscal year 2021, the estimated interest payment would be about $600,000. The installment sale agreement would be refinanced within the next 2 to 4 years, as mentioned, into a long-term fixed rate debt service, and they would be known as certificates of participation, or COPs. The annual debt service on the COPs is conservatively estimated at approximately $3.25 million. For 30 years. And then the debt service payments would be made from net operating revenues of the sewer utilities, which is an enterprise fund, not general funded, that have been contemplated in our long-range financial plan and rate structure. Next slide, please. So the recommendation before you is the Council and Financing Corporation is to adopt the resolution authorizing the installment sale financing in the amount not to exceed $50 million to provide interim financing for capital cost at the RWF, and then to authorize the various officers to execute all the required agreements necessary to complete the transactions approved under the resolution. So I'm available for any questions you might have, as well as we have other city staff from finance and water sewer utilities, and then our consultants that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Welling. First, we have a comment question from Councilmember Debbie Davis.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Thank you, Gary. You guys always do a good job. I sit through monthly TPAC meetings with Councilmember Watanabe, so we know what's going on, and our recycling facility is a gem because it provides a major benefit to our community, and also the fact that we're kind of a little arid out there. So, you know, recycling water is a great thing, and we are also benefited with a lot of purple pipe. So for me, I would love to take and make a staff recommendation for this and move ahead. And I think that maybe our finance people can tell us that we have an excellent credit rating. I'm hoping we're still there. So I think that this is a benefit to what we do, and the fact that we own part of this operation. So going forward, I know that there are projects that are out there. We're hoping not to push anything back because of COVID. And I think that, you know, we're prudent in what we do, and we're very frugal with our money. So I wanted to thank all of you again. And so, Mayor, when you're ready for a staff recommendation.
Okay, I'm going to ask the city attorney about this because we have the council and also the financing corporation. So how would Councilmember Davis make her motions on this?
I think you're sitting concurrently as both bodies right now, so you could in a single motion, approve both resolutions.
So we're sitting as both bodies, so I didn't mention that anywhere, so, okay. I'll have you look at that while I go.
Okay,
We'll
I'll
hold
take
you,
another look.
Councilmember Davis, I'll hold that while I go down the line for the other questions or comments. Vice Mayor Hardy?
Thank you.
Thank you. First off, I'm glad that we're working on our infrastructure, and I would echo what Councilmember Davis said about our excellent water system. My question more is to the financing. This may be for Ken. I see that we're doing an adjustable rate for 2 to 4 years and then going to a fixed 30-year. I was wondering why taking that tact, if there was a reason for it, and if with doing an adjustable rate, I worry about, is there a cap on what that rate can do? Right now the rates are down, but my worry was before we get that fixed into a 30-year fixed rate, is there any kind of cap on what that adjustable rate might do to us?
Great, thank you for the question. This is Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Councilmember Hardy, so the approach of taking the adjustable rate item before you is primarily flexibility with the uncertainty of the amount of expenditures for the capital projects of the plant before we can issue a long-term fixed rate debt. This would give the city the greatest flexibility. So the approach here is to take a short-term interim financing and then refinance that over a longer period of time.
Thank you. That helps me understand your strategy. Is there anything built into there with a cap for that adjustable rate?
For that one, I want to turn it over to the team, the consulting team, to respond to that question. So I don't know if David, you're on the line, if you could respond to that question.
Is David is he able to unmute himself, or does he need help?
Okay. I didn't see the mute button. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready to do my commercials. There really is not a cap. That is one of the features of the transaction. You're not paying for a cap, but you also are taking the interest rate risk. As was noted, rates are extremely low right now, and there's no reason to think that rates are going to balloon in any way. But of course, I don't have a crystal ball, but so that is just part and parcel of a variable rate transaction.
Okay. I appreciate that. So we don't have any concern about any balloon payments or anything like that. It would just be an adjustable rate for 2 to 4 years until we can get that to a 30-year fixed, correct?
Yeah, correct. And then at which point you would do a long-term financing. And as Ken referred to it, it's all this is a trade-off, but given the current uncertainties as to the expenditure schedule for both federal tax law reasons, but also for just how you size the transaction, I think the city folks just did not have comfort that they could put together a permanent financing with the confidence that they would need in terms of what your short-term needs or what your actual capital needs were for the next couple of years. And so doing advanced funding and then taking it out seemed to be the less risky procedure.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that clarification.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Gary. Thank you for the report. I do have questions regarding the finance, following up a similar question what Vice Mayor Hardy asked. So my question is, do we know our short-term, how much money out of this 50 million we will be needing short-term? Short-term means like next 3 months, 6 months?
Sure, that's a great question, Councilmember Chahal. So we are looking at potentially at the end of June or at the end of the close, which would be the first week in June, closing this transaction, taking 20 million. And we would use that to pay capital costs for next year. And then, for next year, we're looking at almost $30 million in capital costs. And we do have we do have a cash position and money in reserves, which we would use. But as mentioned by other speakers, we're going to be very cautious about how much money we take initially. The beauty of the line of credit versus the long term is we can watch the capital projects proceed. And if, for example, a capital project gets pushed out, which it is actually next year, then you see a drop in the capital spending, potentially next year by $15 million. So we wouldn't want to be sitting having long-term financing potentially and paying interest on borrowed money when we don't need to. So 20 million is what we're planning to take in June, and hopefully that will carry us over till next year, and we'll just keep an eye on how the capital projects develop.
Oh, okay. So that helps me with the short-term requirement. So my question would be, did we look at the option? Because right now the 30-year fixed rates are historically low. And if we know that we will be drawing $20 million, I know the LIBOR rate, I don't know what the margin we got on that, but LIBOR rates are lower right now too. But do we have an option? Let's say we get the money in June or July, and within 2 months, if we want to capitalize on the historic low rates, can we convert those 20 million into, say, 30-year fixed rate, or this contract does not allow us to do that?
Yeah, I'll let David answer that also, if he wants to take a shot at it.
Sure. This is David Broadsley again. You can always refund this loan and take it out permanent. It would be a separate financing. If you were to fix the rates, you would probably take it out to the public market and sell what would be the equivalent of a sewer revenue bond. It would be called a certificate of participation, but that would be the mechanism. So you could do that, but it would be a second financing.
Okay, but we do not pay any penalties to JP Morgan for returning this amount within 90 days or 60 days when we are looking at the other instrument of going with the fixed rate while the rates are very low. Are there any penalties in the contract?
I don't believe so. I'm trying to recall if there was. Sometimes there are short term, and I actually hadn't focused on that. I know that that there are not long-term permanent penalties. I don't think there are, but while people are talking, I'm going to double check. And if I misspoke, I will use my next opportunity to correct it.
Okay, please. I want to capitalize on the short-term lowest rates possible, and if we know our liability is right now for capital improvement is $20-30 million. And it's a good thing to be flexible, that we don't need money, we don't draw the money, we save interest costs. But when we know that we are trying to withdraw 20 million and we can capitalize on getting the fixed rate cost on that, save some money on our front. So it would be a good idea not to have that early payment penalties on that. And my next question to you, David, I know we shortlisted JP Morgan and Wells Fargo. Between the two, what were the major reasons, like why we picked up one over the other? What were the comparative things?
Yeah, let me just pull that up. In this case, the JP Morgan proposal was superior on every metric. There are three key costs. One is the cost of the money you borrow, and their spread to the index of LIBOR was less. It was it was 95 basis points, and Wells Fargo actually didn't propose on 4 years. They proposed on 3 and 5, but interpolated, it would have been about 1.03%. So that's 8 basis points preference on the JP Morgan for the drawn monies. For the undrawn amount, the capacity that you don't draw on, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan was 32.5 basis points. A basis point is a hundredth of a percent. And Wells was 35 basis points, and their fees were lower for JP as well. So frankly, in all three of the metrics, the JP Morgan proposal was superior.
Okay, thank you for that. And I also noted in the report, like you can convert from LIBOR to basically prime. That's flexible in the report. Let's say the LIBOR goes up and we have the prime is still low, can we do that in the contract? I just want to confirm that.
That's actually not what that's intended for, and this gets into the weeds a bit, so I apologize. But the LIBOR index is scheduled to be to go away, and the timing of that is not clear.
Mm-hmm.
So in this particular realm, LIBOR is the index by which the loan is being priced. If LIBOR does go away, there will be a substitute. The language that's in the document, frankly, is temporary or holding language. The expectation of the market is that a more precise replacement mechanism that mirrors LIBOR accurately will come into place. But because that doesn't quite exist yet, it couldn't be included in the document. So it's just, unfortunately, we're in a period of some transition, and the banking world still hasn't fully caught up with that transition. There's a lot of us who don't think the transition will occur as originally contemplated. It's quite likely that LIBOR will exist the entire length of this contract, but there is a possibility that that has to be worked out. But it's really not an option for the city per se. It's really more a mechanism to respond for changing in the banking industry overall.
Okay. So does that mean, let's say LIBOR goes away, is it related to Brexit, like it's going away? Or my question directly is, let's say LIBOR goes away, would we be competitive, be paying a competitive rate of interest when they switch us to anything, any other index, basically? How do we hedge ourselves so that we don't pay, oh, LIBOR is going, now you will be end up paying 3% more than what we were paying at the LIBOR? Like, how we hedge against that?
Frankly, the real answer is that it's a combination of the good faith of the bank and the knowledge that if they don't act in good faith, you're out of it immediately by refunding it out fixed. And I think it's very reasonable to have expectations that this will not be done in a haphazard way, that it will done in a steady, systematic way. They'll be consistent with market practices. But your ultimate remedy is to pay off that debt and move on.
Okay. Thank you for that. And my last question is for city attorney, basically, regarding the waiver of jury trial clause. So my question to Brian is, if we do that, and let's say we get into some arbitration, let's say this liable issue versus a new rate they are trying to give us at that case, and we get into arbitration, and arbitration doesn't go through well for either of the parties. So do we have, what recourse do we have if we cannot go to a superior court, or what recourse does city has to solve that issue?
I'm sorry, council member, I had a really hard time understanding what you were saying. If you're asking me,
repeat that, sir. Yes.
Perhaps we could just talk after the meeting and we could talk about that particular provision. I think that might be the best way to go, since it does kind of talk a little bit about litigation or potential litigation.
Okay, that's fine. I would
Okay.
like to know like what are our options if our arbitration fails, what are our options would be.
Yeah,
That's fine.
I'd rather do it that way if we can. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
And this is Gary again. We did hear from Chick Adams regarding the prepayment penalty. So there's no prepayment penalty.
Oh, that's good. That's very good.
I confirm that as well. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. So that's very good, so that we can use the historic low rates if we want to, and with the whether 20 million or whatever case may be. Thank you, Gary. Update for the update.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor. That's it.
Thank you. So, yes, thank you everyone for the report. So, I guess my question goes to Gary, because several years ago, back when before council members Davis and Watanabe so ably took over representing us at TPAC, I went to those meetings for about a year, and I know at the time there was issues about our partners' ability or whatever to bring forward the project in a timely manner, or just to make progress as the plan shifted from a total kind of massive all at once rebuild of the plant to kind of like a series of remodels, shall we say. So what's driving this? Is it more the issue of we're not sure how quickly our partner, who's the lead for the construction, it will be able to make progress on the plan, and so we don't want to actually be out there and have money that that we've gone out and borrowed, and we potentially don't need it for a few years.
Correct. Yes, that's a great question, Councilmember O'Neill. So, just as an example, it is basically a wholesale change out there. I mean, they're replacing and making improvements to the entire facility.
Yeah.
And these are just huge capital projects, right?
Mm-hmm.
It'll be a brand new treatment plant when they're done. But last year, as an example, we do a third quarter reconciliation, and we go and we meet with City of San Jose, and we went through the numbers with them. We ended up getting $9.8 million back as a credit. And certainly I wouldn't want to have a fixed loan out there and then we get $10 million back. And so every year there's some surprises. Either we're getting a lot of money back, or the capital projects are going up 10 million, or they're dropping 10 million. And in fact, next year, as I mentioned, they're pushing out a couple large projects. And so we're seeing a drop in CIP, substantial drop. So yes, there's just this fluctuation. And even San Jose is doing similar financing. They've got 300 million. And then they're going to do the long-term one. So I don't even know if they have the confidence that they're going to be consistent every year when they give their forecast. But they have improved. Transparency's improved. They're much more consistent than they used to be.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Gary, for the report. I have to say, I guess I've been on this on the TPAC for about 2 years now, and who would have known that wastewater and biosolids could be so wonderful and so well talked about, but there's a lot to talk about, and the city of Santa Clara is really fortunate to be a big partner. I mean, we're not as big as San Jose. I think we have about 20% of the wastewater treatment plant the city owns, and I mean, for a facility that is about, I guess it's 50 years old and it's going through a lot of refurbishing right now. I'm really proud of the team that we have, giving us, information so that we can make decisions on behalf of the city, as we go forward and look at, water, the importance of water, and purple pipes and recycled water. I mean, Gary Welling and Shilpa Mehta are wonderful representatives of our water department, and in guiding us and just making good decisions for the city. And that goes for, I mean, along with the capital projects, but as well as how are we going to pay for this, and also not being afraid to ask the hard questions. And we have a very good relationship with San Jose and their team when it comes to discussing these projects that we are going to be working together on, paying together to benefit both of our cities, but making sure that in the long run that these are feasible, and also that we are, our cities are getting their money's worth. I mean, the bidding processes that go out, I mean, we were talking about some this morning as we prepare for the TPAC meeting on Thursday. I mean, they are very thorough, and really make sure that our money is being spent wisely. And we also have some members on the TPAC that if we don't ask the questions, they ask the questions. So people are very concerned about water, but also, how it's being paid for, and just making sure that it's being spent wisely. So I have learned a lot from Gary and from Shilpa, and also know that our money is being spent wisely and it's a big investment, more so in the future of water for the city of Santa Clara. So thank you for the report, Gary, and thank you for all that you do. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Director Welling, I had a question about who's managing the construction of this facility?
So it's the city of San Jose, and then they have a number of contractors that help them with project management also.
Does the
So
city,
it's a combination.
would the city of Santa Clara have any oversight on that management or the construction of this? Do we have any at all?
Not the day-to-day operations, no. If you know, we do meet at least monthly, and if we see projects going over budget or over their schedule, you know, we have a really good relationship with them. We'll call them and have a conversation and have discussions in person if we need to.
Thank
The
you.
day-to-day operation of the plant is with the city of San Jose.
Right, and I know we've had some issues with that, but so this is pretty much a line of credit that we're using for this. We only use what we need. And
That's correct.
And it's just temporary, and we'll get our permanent financing at some point.
Correct. In the next 2 to 4 years, we would go and do the permanent financing, but we have, we have the flexibility to see how the CIP program plays out, and we have the ability also to reduce that $50 million in the agreement, which is really great. So if we decide we only needed 30, then we can cap it at 30.
That's why I think I appreciate your professionalism and Ken and David getting the best deal for the city, because I think what's key is we need that flexibility, and just for everyone's sake, this is not like borrowing money for a house where you have a 30-year loan and the prepayment, all those kinds of things. This is completely different, and this will allow us the flexibility to only borrow what we need and, under certain situations. So I really think it's important for everyone in the council to understand that this is different than like a house loan. So I appreciate the good work that you did, and the relationship with the bank is really going to, you did enter into, or we're going to enter into an agreement that's going to fit our needs for this particular project. That's why I asked who was overseeing the construction of it and how we're going to be spending our money on this. So thank you very much for getting us the best that you could get us. I see that it's going to definitely fit our needs, and we only borrow what we need. And if interest rates start climbing and other things, then we can refinance at a quicker pace. I agree with you. I don't see that happening anytime very soon. I think at least for loans, we probably hit this at the right time. If there's any silver lining to any of this, it's interest rates right now. So good work. We appreciate it. So Councilmember Davis, you had a motion? Oh, we wanted to go back to City Attorney. Do we have to also make a motion as part of the Santa Clara Public Financing Corporation? Because I see it's the same motion, but with two different bodies.
Right. You could. I mean, you could certainly articulate both recommendations. The agenda does clearly state that there's two different bodies making two separate resolutions here. So I think it's okay to do that. I think since the resolutions are both identical, pretty much, you could probably just simply say, I move that the council and the city council acting as a financing corporation board adopt a resolution, et cetera, and read out the resolution, and that would be a proper motion.
Did you hear that, Councilmember Davis?
Yeah, I'm getting that. I'm going to read a lot. That's what I'm getting here. Okay, let's start now. So I would like to take the motion that council, number one, adopt the resolution authorizing the installment sale financing in the amount not to exceed $50 million to provide interim financing for capital costs of the regional wastewater facility, approving the final form and execution of financing documents, and authorizing certain other related actions consistent with the financing. And two, authorize the city manager, the director of finance, city attorney, and assistant city clerk to execute all required agreements necessary to consummate any of the transactions contemplated by agreements and documents approved under resolution, and to make any minor, non-substantive or routine changes to complete the financing transaction. Second, that the financing corporation, number one, adopt the resolution authorizing the installment sale financing in the amount not to exceed $50 million to provide interim financing for capital costs for the regional financing facility, adopting the final form and execution of financing documents, and authorizing certain other related action consistent with financing. And two, authorize the executive director, director of finance, and other officers to execute all required agreements necessary to consummate any of transactions contemplated by the agreements and documents approved under the resolution, and to make any minor, non-substantive or routine changes to complete the financing transaction. Motion.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Watanabe, you have your light on, your name in?
Oh, yes, thank you, Mayor. It was just to second the motion.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second from our two TPAC members. All right. Do we have any public members? No public members? Okay, roll call.
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, and thank you, water team out there, for putting this together and the financing together, and we appreciate it. Okay, thank you. Moving on is reports of members and special committees. Does anybody have anything to say? Members and special committees?
No.
Going, gone. Okay, city manager, executive director reports.
Hi, Mayor. I just want to remind folks to join us for this week's Prioritize Santa Clara tours, and they will be starting every day this week, starting tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Tomorrow's tour will focus on safe streets. Thursdays will focus on flood protection and storm drains. Fridays will focus on Fire Station 5, and Saturday we will focus on Central Park. It's a nice opportunity as the council deliberates on the capital budget for residents to be able to see the state of some of our infrastructure, as well as just understand some of the projects that are being contemplated. I also want to mention that next week we have a series of community meetings from 1 to 6 to gather more information from residents about our capital projects and just where we're at. So just a quick reminder, information is on our website as well as on social media.
So to join
Thank you,
join those tours, they go on the website? Is that where they find the
That's
tours?
correct.
Okay.
Under Facebook, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, that leads us to our adjournment, and please bear with us. We have a few individuals that we'd like to adjourn in memory of this evening. The first is Bernardino R. Laroya, long-term Santa Clara resident, and I'm going to ask Councilmember Kathy Watanabe if she would like to speak about Mr. Laroya.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. When we were out at Fairway Glen passing out masks last weekend, one of the residents there told me about Mr. Laroya's passing. So He was a resident of the Fairway Glen, North Santa Clara area, and he was a 44-year resident of Santa Clara. He immigrated to California from the Philippines as a teenager and later served 8 years in the U.S. Marine Corps, and he also fought in the Vietnam War. After his service, he moved his young family to a new neighborhood in North Santa Clara, which would be Fairway Glen, to work at General Radio in the heart of Silicon Valley in 1976. After his retirement as a machinist, Bernardino frequented the Santa Clara Senior Center gym most weekday mornings. Bernardino was known by family and friends in the neighborhood as a mild-mannered and hardworking family man. Bernardino resided in Santa Clara until his passing on April 15, 2020, at the age of 79. He left behind his wife of 57 years, Flory, his 2 sons, and 3 grandchildren. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. The next individual we have, many long-term Santa Clara residents will remember fondly, is Sam Gill. He's a lifelong Santa Clara resident. Sammy Gill was born on January 21st, 1932. Sammy was a barber at Sam and Roy's Barbershop in Franklin Mall for close to 50 years. He was married to Bertha, his childhood sweetheart, for what would have been 69 years on May 27th, 2020. A favorite saying Sammy heard in Spain was, "It's better to be than seem to be." Sammy passed away peacefully on May 14th, 2020, and is survived by his beloved children, Barry and Bruce, 5 grandchildren, and 6 great-grandchildren. And we'll never forget Sammy, that's for sure. Next, we have Rafael Roman Jimenez, longtime Santa Clara resident. Rafael Roman Jimenez was born on March 1st, 1923. Rafael served in the U.S. Marines and was a veteran of World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War. Those close to Rafael knew him as a kind and caring individual who loved his family deeply. He passed away with his family and friends at his side on May 18th, 2020. And lastly, we'd like to adjourn in memory of Sam Joshenpush, beloved team member and founding member of A Slice of New York Workers Cooperative. Sam was raised in San Jose and was a union butcher for 12 years before joining A Slice of New York in 2015. He was immediately able to translate his skills, work ethic, love of life, and larger-than-life personality to the pizza community. The Stevens Creek shop in Santa Clara was his home. Sam became a founding member of A Slice of New York Workers Co-op, served on the first board of directors as the chair, was a member of the Culture and Accountability Committee, and did initial orientation for new trainees. We've also seen Sam here in council chambers, particularly during last year's study sessions on the Workers Cooperative. On Sunday, May 24th, at the age of 37, he lost his battle to liver and kidney failure, unrelated to COVID-19. However, because of the coronavirus pandemic, hospital visits were not allowed. His immediate family was able to see him during his final days, and his Slice of New York crew were able to share his encouraging words on speakerphone as his trusted friend and colleague was at his side the evening before he passed. Sam will be greatly missed by his team, as well as his regular customers who knew him by name. So I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn in all of their memories.
Motion to adjourn.
May I have a second? Motion by Councilmember David, second by Councilmember Watanabe. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Meeting is adjourned.